Everyone. It's 9:31, which means I've been very graceful with time and given you an extra moment, but that ends now. I'd love if you could all please come and join us back in this seated section here so we can invite our elder to welcome us for the day, please. Grandma's just getting her tea. Yeah. She said, I'm ready when I got my tea.
The other ones, yeah. Okay, so now I can talk to you.
Thank you, Grandma.
Hey, hey, hey. See? Works like magic. Works like magic. Good morning. I'm waiting. I'm waiting. All right. What a beautiful day it is. A beautiful Friday morning. And to see some awesome faces here from yesterday and the day before. There we go. Just waiting for the chief to stand up. Yesterday he blamed me because he didn't stand up because Grandma told him to have a seat. So today he stands up because Grandma's standing up. So I want to say thank you, Creator, for this beautiful day. Thank you for the words and the wisdoms that we heard yesterday. May they continue to help us move on. Thank you for the beautiful sunshine, the grandfather sun. We thank you. We thank you, Father Sky, for lighting the way. Thank you to our brothers, the trees, who are continuing to stand today. And for Grandmother Moon, for lighting the way last night. We thank you. And for our Mother Earth, especially thank you for all the things that you've given us to this day. Haichka.
Thank you, Grandma, for that wonderful way to start our day today. So before we get into the agenda, a couple of things. Is anyone missing a pair of glasses? These were left at the breakout tables yesterday. No? Okay. We will have them at the admin table if anyone starts talking about missing glasses later on today. Yeah, I will. We'll watch for the person holding the paper really close. Okay, so I just want to give an overview in case there's anyone new joining us or for anyone that missed this yesterday. Emergency exit will be out the main door. To the right is our muster point at the fire hall should we need to gather. Folks in the background, if you can keep voices down a bit, please, thank you. Today for our agenda, we have 3 panels, so we're going to have to move through a little bit more content. So we'll be a little bit tighter on the schedule, a little bit faster moving. We also have a formal lunch today. So after the breakout session in that back room, we'll ask you to come in, grab your plate, and head back to a table to be seated for lunch today. We have a presentation that we will be doing to honor and recognize someone, as well as a presentation from a speaker over lunch. So we will ask that you're back in that room, seated and ready to engage and give them our attention. So yesterday, incredibly powerful day and a wonderful start to the dialogue. We talked a lot around what does self-determination mean from these different contexts, starting to uncover what that is for individuals, for organizations. We heard about the power of the collective and the need to really empower and lift up all individuals, ensuring that people see that self-determination is also about what works for them. The need to come together over shared values and to really connect on our humanness, that regardless of the external factors that are always trying to divide and separate Indigenous peoples, that it's our strength as humans to come back together as one. The importance of knowing our history and of never asking permission to be who you are and being able to stand proud in your identity. The power, the strength, and the absolute critical role of Indigenous women in self-determination. That no woman is left behind in that process, and that means we need to look at appropriate training, appropriate supports, and ensure that we are creating culturally safe spaces for our women to thrive. The power of our language and culture, which gives us an absolutely unmatched resiliency and connection to the land. The importance of intersectionality, understanding all of those pieces of your identity that make you uniquely who you are, and understanding that those are all pieces that can help you move towards self-determination. The importance of finding harmony in your identity. And I want to just, for a moment here, could I have a show of hands if you do not live in Vancouver? This is incredibly powerful because that right there is showing you the diversity of folks in this room. This might be a symposium held in Vancouver, but right now we are creating the opportunity for connection. This type of event is where partnerships can form, where networks can expand, where you can start to build the connections that take momentum from these conversations and give them a chance to move into action, into something that's forward moving. It's very challenging to do that alone, but there's power in the people around you, and I'm hopeful that the dialogue today will allow you to continue to grow those connections. I would like to introduce Scott to say a couple of words.
Thank you, Janice. Just a further information relative to the words I was sharing yesterday, and again, it's a PowerPoint that's not up there, but it's a PowerPoint that we're going to send to every one of the registered delegates that attended this event, because as my sister is saying, these are the history, the words here are about planting or replanting those seeds or nurturing those plants throughout urban, rural, and remote British Columbia, and our collective rights to the inherent right to self-government. I don't think I introduced myself yesterday. I'm Scott Clark. I'm Coast Salish. I come from the Clallam-speaking people. I'm a Douglas Treaty descendant of the Chewayets in Douglas Treaty. I also live or homesteaded on my reservation about a year and a half ago, and so I live principally out in a rural area, and I also live in the city. So what I'd like to do is just share some background information with you and the challenges that we are facing for self-government for urban Indigenous peoples. The current issues concerning self-government and self-determination can't be addressed in a vacuum without some history of the relationship, of the struggle, of how we got to where we are and where we need to go. The colonial relationship with settler governments is complex and has been built on a legacy of mistrust. I don't think I need to share that with you folks. There's all kinds of Supreme Court of Canada decisions that our peoples have won. There's all kinds of the legacy of colonialism that's thriving today. And the relationship of building trust with all levels of government is, we're at a critical point now, and governments need to stand up with integrity. The crumbling legacy of the Indian Act regime is the backdrop to this issue. Thousands of Indigenous peoples have voted with their feet and moved into the urban centers, into the big cities. 60% of the status Indians in British Columbia and across Canada do not reside on reservations. That's a young population. 80% of that population that's 80% of our women, our men, our youth, and our children who aren't living on reservations. The participation of urban Indigenous youth will be a critical issue since they will inherit the legacy and responsibilities of the generations of work and actions. It's so very important that we're informing our young folks. They're getting engaged. It is their struggle, and we have to create space for them at the table to speak to their aims and objectives, their aspirations, their needs. I need not tell you that our population is very young, 50% under the age of 25. We have the highest fertility rate in Canada, and our populations will continue to exponentially grow. We need to work and engage those youth on their terms. I need to remind the fellows and the gals here about the 1992 Charlottetown Accord, which was negotiated by the federal, provincial, territorial governments and representatives from the Assembly of First Nations, the Métis National Council, the Inuit Taparisat, I can never say the last name, and of course the Congress of Aboriginal Peoples. Those organizations with this accord provided a mechanism for defining the scope of self-government rights with Indigenous peoples, 1992 Charlottetown Accord. On October 26, 1992, Canada voted no to the Charlottetown Accord, just days after Elijah Harper rejected the deal, which had been negotiated by political elites. And it was a take it or leave it deal. In 1996, the work of the Royal Commission on Aboriginal Peoples, RCAP, was a major breakthrough with urban Indigenous issues. It established the Urban Governance Working Group chaired by Catherine Graham. The goal was to develop a common vision and approaches. And 3 possible approaches were recommended, representing the most concerted work ever undertaken in urban Indigenous governance in Canada. One was the outright self-government. Establish self-governing Indigenous institutions in urban areas to be responsible for key services such as education, childcare, housing, the whole array of services for our people. The second model that came out of the RCAP report was co-management models and agreements. An Indigenous authority would enter into an agreement with public governments to take responsibility for essential aspects of Indigenous culture to be reflected in the delivery of services and urban governance in a strategic approach. And 3, reform municipal governments and local public authorities to make them more representative of urban Indigenous peoples. This would include the police boards, the parks boards, the school boards, the health boards, the housing authorities, the hospital boards, and so forth and so forth and so forth. The report of the Royal Commission on Aboriginal Peoples had provided specific attention to the subject of Indigenous self-government in urban centres. When the federal government responded to the RCAP report, no major commitments were made with urban issues. The Congress of Aboriginal Peoples, along with the Native Women's Association of Canada, were very critical of the federal government's failure to respond then, and not surprisingly, today. In 2004, 2005, the Kelowna Accord process, 14 governments, our 5 national Indigenous organizations agreed on an agenda for action. The Accord was a comprehensive, multi-year, multi-level agreement for $5.1 billion. This Accord died when the Conservative Harper government was elected in 2004. And was not revived when Justin Trudeau was elected in 2015. In our urban Indigenous communities, there will be an opportunity to blend the approaches of traditional First Nations governance with contemporary ones. The National Center for First Nations Governance has set out 17 principles for effective governance. 1, the people, the strategic vision, the meaningful information sharing, and participation in decision-making. The land, second major area is territorial integrity, economic revitalization, and respect for the spirit of the land. Next major area is law and jurisdiction. Expansion of the jurisdiction and the rule of law, blending Indigenous law. We will hear about that from future speakers today. Institutions, the transparency and fairness, evidence-based results for outcomes. Evidence-based results for outcomes. I lost myself. Cultural alignment of institutions, and very, very important, so critically important, is the effective intergovernmental relations. We are subject to federal, provincial, civic, and all the other institutions that they govern, health boards, community centers, parks board, everything. And resources, of course, is human resource capacity, financial management capacity, performance evaluation, accountability and reporting, and diversity of revenue sources. When I first got started, we were always asking to have the resources to do the important work that we need. This is still going on today. There will be an important issue to consider in the transition to urban Indigenous self-governments and self-determination. The development of urban Indigenous self-government must be inclusive of all Indigenous peoples. The non-status, the status, the Métis, the Inuit, the treaty. We haven't talked about it here today or even yesterday, but the Supreme Court of Canada Daniels decision, which recognized after 17 years that the Congress of Aboriginal People took Canada to court, the federal government, beyond the shadow of a doubt, there is no gray zone here, is responsible for the non-status and the Métis peoples. That court case was won 7 years ago. And today, the Congress of Aboriginal Peoples continues to demand the full implementation of the Daniels decision. And I can assure you that the Congress of Aboriginal Peoples is working very hard in many different political and legal ways to ensure that Canada upholds its own Supreme Court of Canada decisions. And that Daniels was a long fight. The most vulnerable and least protected urban Indigenous peoples must be involved in the design and the implementation process. We are in ground zero of urban colonialism in Canada, in the downtown east side. It's there for anyone to see if they open their eyes and their hearts. The people most impacted by colonialism must be at the decision-making table. They must be involved, engaged in addressing the solutions, neighborhood by neighborhood, urban, rural, remote. Resource allocation must be provided for the strategy and implementation processes. Years after years after years, our people have been saying, it's not just having the resources, you have to have multi-year funding so you're not scrambling year after year to continue to build the work that's being done. It must be multi-year funding, must be there so that appropriate planning can take place. The process must be accountable to urban Indigenous peoples for performance and outcomes. And just to be clear, when I'm saying outcomes, I'm not talking about how many people are coming through the door. That's the data, the outputs that governments collect. What we're talking about is outcomes. Our children should be graduating from high school at the same rate as non-Indigenous people. They should be entering college and university at the same rate as non-Indigenous peoples. They should be reflected in all aspects of Canadian society with equality based on, just as a benchmark, based on our percentage of our population. If we're 5% of the population, we shouldn't be 45% of the homeless population. If we're 5% of the population, we shouldn't be 62% of the children apprehended. Common human basic rights. That accountability back to the people, I'm not talking service organizations here. I'm talking representative advocacy organizations from local levels, provincially, and federally. Governments have been playing us off, and we need to unite our people for those basic outcomes and implementation of human rights. NWIC believes that effective governance will be a blend of Indigenous principles, values, with the modern realities of self-government. No governance system is perfect, and the path to reconciliation will involve making choices and encouraging participation and responsive leadership. 2023, you're going to hear from other speakers that have been here in 1969. Whole lot of the same issues. Outcomes are getting worse, and we need to work collaboratively on the principles of unity to change the systems so we can change the outcomes. So with that, I want to thank you for taking the time to hear this presentation. And again, these PowerPoints will be sent out to all of you folk, and hopefully you'll be able to share that in your communities where you're at. And if you want to invite us into your community, we'd be more than happy to make our way there. Haichka.
That's Brock. Yeah, that's a Brock question, but I believe so, yes. Yes, it is also being recorded so that a transcript will be produced. So we'll have that to be able to share and distribute as well for those that would like that copy of the presentations and panels. It is, yes, that's confirmation. Okay, so with that, I would love to invite up our first panelists of the day. So we'll have Dan Smith and Judy Galvez join us, please. Come on up, Dan. So this first panel of the day is about First Nations and their relationship to urban Indigenous self-determination. So urban Indigenous communities do their business on a nation's traditional territory and serve members from various different First Nations. Implementing urban self-determination may require protocols to ensure the community is honoring Indigenous territorial authority, coordination in services, to ensure that the community is working collaboratively to serve members, and looking at requiring First Nations to also respect the aspirations and capacity of urban communities. So with that, I'd like to introduce our panelists to you both today. So we're joined by Dan Smith. Dan is from the Wai-Wai-Kum First Nation. He is a past president of the UNN. He has worked with the First Nations Summit, the Assembly of First Nations, and the BC Treaty Commission. He was also the vice president of the Native Council of Canada. And our second panelist today is Judy Galvez. Judy has a background in finance and accounting and is with the Global Indigenous Development Trust. The GIDT works to support economic development opportunities and sustainable development among First Nations. And with that, I will invite Judy to speak first.
Thanks, I need the help. Hi, my name is Judy Galvez, and I'm very honored to be here today in the company of the incredible speakers that we've listened to and that will be presenting. I'm in awe of the resilience and courage and strength in this room. My family is originally from Ecuador, South America. My background is Quechuan and Spanish. My Indigenous blood was not something that was spoken of in my household for fear of reprisal back home, so it's something that I am reclaiming. My ancestry, my Indigenous blood comes from both of my grandmothers. My maternal grandmother, she practically raised me, and she taught me a deep connection to the earth, responsibility, reciprocity, and respect. I didn't appreciate these foundational teachings until much later in life, but now I feel that my abuelita walks with me in everything that I do. Supporting the work of Indigenous self-determination is the central focus of the work that I'm involved with. My background is in finance, as was mentioned, and I became very disillusioned and physically ill working in the corporate world. I began searching for community models that could lead to true prosperity, meaning prosperity that balanced economic, social, and environmental concerns, that is equitable and works for future generations. This brought me to the organization that I work with today, Global Indigenous Development Trust. One of the co-founders, former Tahltan chief Jerry Asp, led his nation from 98% to 0% unemployment, with the unwavering commitment to benefit his entire community, both on and off reserve, and future generations. It took the Tahltan Nation 20 years to reach prosperity. Jerry now teaches young Indigenous leaders the frameworks, principles he used so that others can learn and move further faster. Each of the other board members at GIDT, 50% of which are women, are great leaders in their own right. They teach, coach, and mentor young Indigenous leaders working in community-based social projects and for-profit enterprises. The work of GIDT is to foster self-reliance for thriving nations, and this involves a multifaceted approach. From creating healing spaces for people to reconnect with their own inner wisdom and the earth, to indigenized business skills, frameworks and policies for participatory governance, to environmental policy and land management that braids traditional wisdom with community and modern technology. From what I have learned working with these incredible leaders, Indigenous nations need to come together to repair, restore, and reclaim the knowledge that was torn apart by colonization. The power lies in bringing all members together, like has been spoken about here many times. An example is the Maori of New Zealand, who claimed anyone with a drop of Maori blood and is now a powerful nation that leads the world in the rights for nature. Collaboration between nations grows strength in numbers, and when that strength is gathered and shared, Indigenous people can reclaim their right to self-determination through meaningful participation without asking for the government's permission. There is no program in the Indian Act designed to get people out of the mess that it put them in. So the solution lies looking outside of it. forming partnerships that build on values and principles that restore people's dignity and humanity is where the power lies. An integral component of self-determination is self-reliance, and the fuel is economic independence. First Nations can create economic opportunities that can benefit its members, both on and off reserve. But this takes restoring the right view of the world. Mother Earth is abundant and created for all of us, created enough for all of us. If we work with her, she provides. We have been sold the story that there isn't enough, so that we don't see that the system is denying our right to participate in that abundance fully. It is by looking to our own resourcefulness and creativity and coming together that we can restore this relationship. In tandem with government grants and programs, there is no reason not to pursue a healthy, strong economic base. Economic self-sufficiency is the greater enabler of self-determination, and that's what was taken from Indigenous people that really has led to this state of dependence. Money and business can feel like dirty words, and they did to me. But they represent an exchange of energy, and this is what I have come to realize, that they are neither good nor bad, only tools that can be used for the purpose that we put them to. Businesses that are for profit, for the people, is something that we teach about in the Champions of Change leadership program that my organization, the organization I work with, runs. We teach that currency comes in multiple forms. If you think of the labor we do out of love for our families, sorry, I got lost. If we think about the labor we do for our families, for our friends, our loved ones, we see that there is so much more. We understand that money can't place a value on the most important things in life. Sometimes the form of exchange is time, but it is no less valuable, in fact, more so. It's possible to grow our economies if we start to expand our idea about exchanging service and knowledge. And in this way, create those alternative economies. Sovereign thinking means stepping beyond the colonized mindset that only assigns value through a market price. Exchange happens every day, but we need to start valuing and seeing relationships for the incredible resource they are and the wealth that they hold. One of the projects that we help to develop at GIDT is the Mino Aki Land Trust. Mino Aki meaning good earth in Ojibwe, a national charity that receives land donations for the purposes of ecological conservation. The milestone of this project is that the legal definition of conservation for the first time includes an Indigenous definition, which involves working with the land. And donations for the purposes, for charitable purposes can be received. So this is a big incentive for outside organizations and people to donate. So the definition of working with the land is a big change, because it means that conservation isn't just putting land behind fences and feeling like that is going to save our world. This is an Indigenous women's-led and managed initiative. Its goals include restoring Indigenous women's role as guardians and knowledge keepers of the land and waters, providing safe healing spaces for disenfranchised Indigenous youth, women, and men, teaching practical skills from food sovereignty to medicine to entrepreneurial initiatives. The Trust will be seeking land donations from different sources, including leftover tracts from development projects, estate donations, and church land bank initiatives, which there are a number of. It's very new. We just registered the charity earlier this year, but we already have a lot of interest. There's a lot of movement there's a lot in talks to donate land, and this is something that we're developing as a model to bring across Canada to put leadership back in the hands of the matriarchs. I love the analogy of paddling that Michelle George spoke about yesterday, and the work that needs to happen before we step into that canoe. I think I can best explain the work of GIDT to say that we attempt to provide that prior training and knowledge and tools to those people wanting to make a difference in their community so they can paddle together as one collective voice and break out of the mindset of colonization and into self-determined territory. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Judy. Dan, you can stay seated if you'd like as well. You were trying to escape, Judy. What if we have questions? Would you prefer to sit or are you good to stand?
Yeah, good. Good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me. I want to say thank you to the prayers. Where did our elder go? Thank you very much. And thank all of you for being here in this big house, smokehouse. Where I come from the Kwakikiwa, the Likwata nations, we call it the big house on the coast. Down here in Vancouver Island, Squamish, we call it Smokehouse. And I just want to mention about family before I get started here. You see me going around, shaking hands, hugging our family. Both Glenn and Joanne are part of the United Native Nations, or Glenn's dad was. And so how we pass information to our family, and our family picks it up, and I'm so happy to see that you guys are here. Also, my grandmother, she told me, you be careful of what you say to whomever, wherever you are, because it will get back to the family. And if you disrespect the family in any way because of your behavior, it will get back to them. Then I will be punished. And one of the reasons I mention this, because I was sitting back there, beautiful lady sitting beside me, I asked her where she's from. She said, Old Crow. I said, oh, do you know Karen Snowshoe? She says, yeah. Rosalie Tija, many of you remember her, Old Crow. For those of you that do not know where Old Crow is, it's up in the Yukon Territory, past the North Pole. No, yeah, no. So I thought, well, I better be careful because this is going to spread. My daughter is up in Whitehorse, my oldest daughter. And it'll get back to me. They'll say, all right, you know, Dad, this is what you said. The other thing I want to say about family, when I was raising the family, my wife and I have two daughters. They blessed me with 2 apiece, my grandchildren. They had very little education, my daughters, very little education. Finally, it dawned on them that they should go back to school. They're raising 2 children apiece, went back to university to get their degree in social work, etc. One has a master's, the other, I think she's on her way. So sometimes it takes time for people to start understanding what education is all about. And we heard tell what was said. Now, before I go on, I want to just say about David Dennis, Bill Lightbound, Ron George, all past leaders, all good leaders. I don't know of any real bad leaders. And it's already been said that all of you have an interest in the Indigenous population, the Métis population, the Inuit population, and the non-Indian population as well. Because the education for us and for you, that responsibility now is going to us. And I've heard all of the material that has been passed out, took some of the fire away, that I don't have to talk about that now. So, and that's a good thing. So I want to thank you very much for your time. No. No, I was asked to talk about Bakansi, BC Association Non-Status Indians. Union of BC Indian Chiefs. And prior to that, the Allied Indians, Native Brotherhood, that's already been mentioned. All those past leaders have done such good work of passing on the information, not only to us, but to government. And it's taken so long for us to recognize the kinds of tools that needed to be developed in order for us to advance the self-determination and the rights of Indigenous, Métis, and Inuit people in Canada. So all across Canada, there's been mention about the Native Council of Canada or Congress of Aboriginal People, Assembly of First Nations, all doing the kind of work that we're doing right now. And it's important because it's an education for the non-Indigenous peoples to better understand what the systemic and attitudinal barriers have done to us as a people. And those are the things that they have to understand. Now, that being said, you also have to understand, they have to understand, there's no continuity in government, none whatsoever, because they are elected on a 4-year term basis. Different MLAs, different members of parliament, different ministers. Every time a minister gets a little bit of knowledge about Indigenous, Métis, and Inuit, they're taken away, right? There's a mandate that the Prime Minister had given to those ministers to look at self-determination, self-government for Indigenous peoples. No mention of urban population. No mention of that. Their focus is really on their responsibility because of the Indian Act itself. Now, that also indicates that we're talking about finance. Government has X number of dollars, they're dedicated to reserves. And those dollars are then dedicated to providing the services to the people that reside on reserve. They don't have the resources to provide for the people that live away from home. That is a fact. So what do? Self-determination. Self-determination for ourselves. How we start to look at education, employment, training, construction work, etc. For those of us that live in the urban areas, we do not have the land base to provide us with the economic initiatives that are required to provide us with the resources for our families. So I look at other populations, like the Asian community. how is it that they are so productive in some of the areas, hardworking, restaurants, etc.? They don't have a land base. So that tells me that we should be looking at organizations like Northwest Aboriginal Indigenous Organization to provide the venues for us to be employed. Now, there's a number of number of indigenous societies that employ X number of people. Friendship centers are one, 24 friendship centers in British Columbia. They employ people to administer, manage the kind of services that are being provided. So our mindset has to be set on what we do, how we do in those respective careers. Economic initiatives is really something about individuals, but individuals getting together and looking at how we can together develop an economic initiative for the benefit of the people that live in those particular areas. Now, I'll get back to the BC Association of Non-Status Indians. 1968. So we had the Union of BC Indian Chiefs that was formed to provide an advocacy for the 203 First Nations in British Columbia. So that left a void for the people that lived in the urban areas. And that void was non-status Indians, Métis, Inuit. So Mackenzie was organized and formed. And I say to the people there, I'm so proud of them when they did that, because what it did provide an opportunity for us to become more educated, not only in the socioeconomic initiatives, but in the political arena. So the question right now is the Northwest Urban, sorry, I forgot the name, Indigenous Society. The question now is it going to be political or is it going to be apolitical? Friendship centers have a apolitical position because they receive funding from government. And there's nothing wrong with that. But what is going to be the focus for us? And that's the question. What I see up there on the feathers, I read that this morning. And it's telling me that the people want self-determination. They want a political voice. That political voice has to come from us. We have to educate the MLAs, the MPs, the municipalities with respect to Indigenous people, Métis people, Inuit people that reside in the urban areas itself. And then how do we then start to look at attracting people to the organization? It's more attraction than promotion. Look at what they're doing here in Vancouver. We want to do the same thing, right? So Mackenzie did that. We looked at the province, and we broke it up into 7 or 14 districts. And in each of the districts was a municipality. And each of those municipalities had what we refer to as a local. Like in the city of Vancouver, we had Local 108 down in Skid Row. Mercy Robinson, I think was her name. She headed that up. And so each of those districts had X number of municipalities involved there. But we also had the 80, maybe 90 locals of BC Association on Status Indians. From Vancouver throughout the province, when we look at Dease Lake, Telegraph Creek, Prince Rupert, Lower Post, Watson Lake, up in the northern areas, we look at Blueberry, Fort St. John, and the only Métis community we had at that time was Kelly Lake, northeast. So the idea that the board of directors of Mackenzie had was to facilitate the knowledge and the principles of management of the particular local so that they could take on that entity by themselves in that community that they are in. It wasn't going to be a large corporation that was held by the BC Association of Non-Status Indians. It was to give the people the opportunity to progress in a positive way in socioeconomic initiatives as well as self-determination. So those 80 locals, and that's what I see. I'm not telling, I can't tell anybody what to do. So that's an opportunity, and it did provide some opportunities for the people in the community. Burns Lake Native Development Corporation, they got involved in the timber industry. So anyway, there's an X number of that. Excuse me. Then what happened, we were at an annual General Assembly. A young lady got up and she said, I'm a status Indian. Why can I not be a member of BC Association on Status Indians? The ladies and the guys, they looked at each other and we said, whoa. Ada Ivanovich got up and she says, I move that we include the status Indians in our association. That's how it happened. The voice of the ladies said, we have to take care. We cannot allow the Indian Act to restrict our membership as an association. Then came the name change, because the Mackenzie inferred that we have non-status Métis. The name change came to United Native Nations, working together for our children tomorrow. 7-generation principle. I don't know if people understand that, but that's how we got started, and that's where we are. With that, there was mention of the Congress of Aboriginal People. It was the Native Council of Canada at that time, so we needed a national voice. So each provincial organization appointed 1 or 2 people to participate with the Native Council of Canada, which is now the Congress of Aboriginal People, so that we would then have a national voice the same as the Assembly of First Nations. So you can see the two going together. So that's about it. Now, I mentioned the First Nation Summit. I was on the notice that just says, I'm going to talk about Wibakam. Wibakam is part of the Likwita Nation. Almost time? Thank goodness. So I can't talk about what we're doing in the negotiations because the Treaty Commission has a six-stage process. But basically, the BC Treaty Commission is to facilitate and ensure that both Canada and British Columbia are playing on a fair field. Well, I have opinions about that one. Excuse me. In the big house, the chiefs, the people say, you got to stand, because if you sit down, you might talk too long. So the BC Treaty Commission, what was the other one? There were 4. Mackenzie, UNN, Mackenzie and UNN are the same. Treaty Commission, facilitation, the First Nation Summit. Very similar to facilitating the information, but taking the concerns from the chiefs, that organized and formed the First Nations Summit. And then it was up to us as the political executive to look at and to meet with the ministers to voice the concern that was voiced by the First Nations that are involved in treaty negotiations. So it's not a treaty until it's signed, so I'm not sure why we came up with treaty negotiations. It's a negotiating for a treaty. So this language. And I think that's it then, right? I know you have to go.
Thank you, Dan. Don't forget your pen here. Thank you very much, Dan. This was really great because even though we posed a question that was talking about differences, all we talked about was coming together. And I think that once again illustrates that, potential power in that collaboration and connection. And thank you to both of our panelists for bringing up those great points. We heard a lot of really wonderful things about the importance of economics and that feeding into self-determination. Also timely, in case anyone is interested, this week was the Indigenomics $100 billion forum on Bay Street in Toronto. Did that perk something?
Dorothy Fox, Council Yukon, Old Crow.
Thanks for joining us, Dorothy.
Dorothy, if you could share with us about Yancey and the Yukon Council.
So back in 1972, the Yukon... I do have a loud voice, So back in 1972, the Yukon Association for Non-Status Indians and the Yukon Brotherhood decided to form an alliance, which became CYI, Together Today for Our Children Tomorrow. And the reason was so that the non-status Indians wouldn't get left behind. Because at that time, they were starting their land claims and negotiations. So they formed CYI to ensure that the non-status Indians had a voice at the table of negotiations. Today, it's been, 50 years now? 30 years since we signed our land claims agreement. We now have CYFN, which is Council for Yukon First Nations, and we have 14 First Nations who have a voice at that table. And that's all I have right now. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you so much. If we can just have a round of applause for our panelists. Thank you. Yeah, that's it. You're done. You're free, but please stay. I'll help you. So with that, because we do have an extra topic to get through today, we'll be moving straight into our next panel. So if I could invite our panelists, April Thomas, Mike McKenzie, and Rainbow Eyes to please join us. Do you have a preference? Oh, sorry.
Oh, no. You can vote. Are you okay with this?
Yeah, as long as you're comfortable. Yeah, I said all good.
Okay.
You're okay.
I'm fine with it. Yeah, that's what Charles came in.
Okay. Fabulous. So I'll give a brief introduction of our panelists, and we will move right into this presentation. So seated next to me first is Rainbow Eyes. Rainbow Eyes is from the Dinakta Alwitlan First Nation. She is a long-standing land defender, including involvement in Fairy Creek, and is also the deputy leader of the Green Party Canada. Next to Rainbow Eyes is April Thomas from the Unceded Law Response Group. April Thomas is Secwepemc and is a community advisor, leader, and knowledge keeper who has been defending the land for more than 30 years. Our last panelist is Mike McKenzie, also with the Unceded Law Response Group. Mike is Secwepemc, a youth leader and a former Shuswap Nation Tribal Council board member. Mike is a former Indigenous fire chief in the Secwepemc Nation. So today we will start out and invite Rainbow Eyes to speak first, and this panel will be speaking about the importance of land guardians and the urban connection to territory. Whatever you're comfortable. And I'll just as your time's coming down.
Okay, how much time is that? 10 minutes? Okay. Awesome. Thank you, Gayla Kessler. I'm really grateful to be here, following all the incredible speakers here with Miranda and Mike. It's really an honor. Nugo Rainbow Eyes. Nugo Guixi Salas is my traditional name. I'm a member of the Danakdao Awitlala First Nation, and our traditional territory is Knight Inlet. We're a part of the Kwakwaka'wakw Nation. I know we have Hereditary Chief David Knox here from our territory, so it's good to have family and cousins and relations from all over as we talk about what it means to be finding self-determination as urban Indigenous people. I can say that I have so much to learn being here. I am grateful. And the biggest thing that I find myself learning about is natural law, because it's something that comes from the inside of us, and we can hear other territories' natural law, but the natural law that comes from inside of us is the greatest law. There is no greater teacher than Creator, and that gut feeling when we know we've done something wrong, that regret, that we feel that I messed up there. Sorry, Creator. We're our greatest teacher, and that's what I feel like we're learning, and the trees are teaching us. So I come from Knight Inlet. It's a small nation. So we're 230 members. 5 families moved to our village in the late 1800s. That's all that remained of our people. So for myself, community is important because I'm learning from outside of my community, because so much of our knowledge was lost. We lost so many of our ancestors. We come from, right now, Danakdao Awitlala come from 5 families. So we rely on community a lot. One of my favorite traditional teachings is that I was told is our territories are from mountaintop to mountaintop. This is our territory. But the beautiful thing I love about it is this is our responsibility. If you are, traditionally, our chiefs were at the bottom of the pyramid and the people were on top. And they knew that the land that they lived on, that Mother Earth provided, it was not an ownership. It did not have boundaries around it like we see on maps today. They knew it was a great responsibility, and to provide for their people, they had to work on the land and give to the people. We tell this in tours of our big house at our village. My grandfather, my late grandfather, William Glendale, was a very high-ranking hereditary chief. And he built the big house at our village the old ways, with no nails, with no machinery, pulley and lift system to get the big beams that were donated by Rivers Inlet into the big house. And I'll say I grew up in Calgary. I grew up in the city. I grew up in an urban city, the concrete jungle, and I love it. I love cities, they're beautiful. And growing up, I wanted to work in an office downtown. That was my dream. Growing up in the city, I wanted to look out of the window and work. So I got a job in the oil and gas industry, because this is what we do in the city. This is what we do in Calgary. That's what you do. I was succeeding. I did good. My parents were proud of me. They really were. It took me 3 years. Well, ironically, right at the beginning, 3 months into my new job, I was diagnosed with cancer. Interesting, Creator. And it took me 3 years to get so tired of that job, so tired of going into that little cubicle and looking out the window all the time. So I moved to Banff, and then I came home to our village where my parents had lived for 15 years, and I lived with my parents for 6 years, with my mom and dad in my 30s, to be in our community. It was beautiful. I love my parents dearly, and I feel like that connection that I have with my parents builds who I am. I am Rainbow Eyes. I am. And it came from the love of my parents. The love of my parents and the love their parents had for them. The love of my aunties. The love of my community. That is the strength that I stand in, and the love of my ancestors all around that grows so strong, and I feel it so deeply. I know that I am here to remember. I know that I am here and I forget. But I know that my forgetting is part of my remembering. When I feel anxious because I felt that, and then I come back down, and it's a comfort when I realized forgetting is remembering. And that's the process that we're here to do. We're in the process of remembering the old ways, and it helps when we come together in community. And that will bring me to, we are so grateful to have been to Fairy Creek. This is where we met, on the traditional territories of the Pachidat and Dididat First Nation. We were invited there by Elder Bill Jones, our great elder, and Grandma Losa, our great matriarch. How lucky we are. But I love to say the trees always had it planned. They always had it planned. Do not ever think that we are outside of the plan of Creator, because we are in it, and we are exactly where we need to be. And this is what we learned in the forest. This is what we felt from our beings, from natural law. We felt the call of the forest. That's how we got there. And it's not just our forest. It's the forests of the Amazon. It's the forests from all around the world that when we begin to discover our self-determination, because it's right here, we begin to find that natural law naturally. We go back to basics. The women who spoke yesterday were so beautiful, with Mary, Michelle, and all the beautiful women that we heard from yesterday. And I'd like to share that the women naturally became leaders in the forest. When we were in Fairy Creek, it's the love of a woman's heart and the guidance that she has that naturally all the camps that we had up and down the mountain were women. It was the women. It was beautiful, and it just happened naturally and organically. The men supported. And it was the drums that created the power, and the songs. My own drum was confiscated by the RCMP for 3 months, and it was taken by the front line. Oh my God, I'm gonna rush here. So I have 5 arrests from Fairy Creek, and I've spent 5 nights in jail, 7 charges in total. And I've been going through the colonial court system. I've had 19 days in court, and a total of $50,000. And I want to share that legal aid will not support Indigenous law arguments. Legal aid will not support Section 35, which is Indigenous land arguments. We are still trapped in the system. Indigenous law will not even help us. We paid $10,000 for a report from an Indigenous lawyer, and her final say was, "I will not help you. You have a losing case. I will not help you because I'm not from the Pachidat First Nation." So we are also in a lawsuit for $10 million with Teal Jones, with Elder Bill Jones and 15 of us. We're being charged with conspiracy for their losses at Fairy Creek. Elder Bill Jones says we are in a conspiracy of love. That's what we're doing. That's what we went there for. I'd also like to say I'm so grateful for CAP and NWIC because they have helped pay for some of my legal fees. So I'm so grateful to them. And I'm so grateful for the connections that we've made here because this is everything. This is getting us closer to our community here and to our galactic community and to the trees because we are the same organic technology as the trees. We glow the same. They are our brothers and sisters. I've also been involved with the Green Party. And this I got involved with Elder Bill Jones and Grandma Losa. I followed the elders. So we're looking for new ways to change legislation. And it happens naturally once you get onto the path of Creator. I have no idea about politics, but that's perfect, I'm realizing, because we know natural law. That's all we need to know. We bring our energy wherever we go. We bring our ancestors wherever we go. And that's how we walk. Okay, I'm really close to the end. At COP15, I listened to Molly Wickham speak from the Wet'suwet'en, and she said, colonial law is an umbrella law. And the government, the colonial system, has to realize that our natural law is above that. Ours is the highest law. I said that in the courtroom. I said that to the Chief Justice of BC, Justice Hinkson. He gets it. He gets it. He asks the right questions to Crown, the horrible Crown. He gets it. So on January 18th, I go back for day 20 in court, and we'll get my verdict. And I also just want to thank Chief David Knox as well. He came as a witness into my trial to talk about our Kwakwaka'wakw cultures and traditions. So thank you. Okay. So how do we connect to the land as urban Indigenous people? This came to me just this morning. We connect through our dreams. Because we are all one spirit, because we are all one, we glow the same as the trees, it's in us. When we connect to our dreams at night, we are connecting to everything. So, this is all a part of our remembering. Connecting to the oneness, connecting with each other, and coming together, collecting our voices, and spreading this knowledge that we all have it in us already. It's the support of the family and our parents and our adoptive parents and our uncles and our aunties and our friends and the community members that will help us remember. We are in a time of remembering, and that's exciting that we have a life to do this work, to be on this path together. So I'm so grateful. So thank you, Kayla Kessler.
Thank you so much. And I will now invite April to speak.
Latasakwan, everyone. Good morning. April Thomason's Quest. I come from Jaskinamkta Sakwatmuluch, that's also known as Canham Lake Band in the Shuswap territory. Our people originally come from the Rocky Mountains. We were once called the Snaring Tribe, and we were displaced 2 times from there. That's up near Mount Robson, Jasper House. We migrated in that area, and our people were displaced from there to Chutra, to Canham Lake. And yeah, that's really important to me because, you know, we have the pipeline that's going all along, 1,400 kilometers right from Edmonton down here to Burnaby, and it's going through all of our territories, our reserves, our rivers, our mountains. They want to drill underneath the river twice. They are going over the roads 8 times, and they've made so many mistakes and hired so many bad contractors that they've torn apart our lands like so many times over and rerouted, and it's just disgusting, like especially when they're drilling through the mountains and then they make a mistake and figure putting a patch on there, covering it up is going to be good enough. Well, that's not good enough because that hurts. That really hurts our spirit because of who we are as Gelmukh, as Indigenous people of the land, because we were put here on this earth to protect it and to care for it and care for our people. And I think the biggest part that hurts me as a woman is that our people are hurting. They're hurting so much that they're not willing to do anything about it. Many have been assimilated and colonized into the system that, there's only a handful of us. Like Mike and I spoke about this, like when we first started this work, like myself, I'm a Sakwat matriarch within my family and my community, and my people recognize me as that because my mother died, my grandmothers all died, all of my family died when I was a kid, and I've lost 3 of my brothers all to alcohol, and I've lost all of my best friends. They all committed suicide. So I was talking about this with my colleague Mike last night, and it really hurt because I'm standing here for them, because they're not here, and I know everything that they suffered at the hands of colonization with the band offices and governments and being in care, being orphaned, being a woman, being put out there on the streets when I'm 19 with a kid and no supports in place. Like, I stand here as a woman, as a mother, a grandmother, a sister. I'm a daughter. I was raised by my grandparents, and they taught me everything about our connection to the land, and they told me all the stories about the old people and the Gukshjem. And my upbringing in itself is really very interesting because I grew up as a Catholic. Like, we prayed, we went to church twice every Sunday, and we went on a Saturday, and we watched it on TV on Saturday, and we went to Bible camps and Bible retreats and Bible school, and we did like that. We prayed every day in our school too as well. And when I turned 19, I had to go to I got a job at the Sakwat Museum, and apparently this white guy with a master's degree was hired to do the residential school panels, and he got all this money, and he didn't even do the project. He just left a big pile of work, and so they tasked me to do those panels and to go through all the pictures of all the kids and write this up, and I was forced to learn about the residential school, and it was very devastating. Like, for a while, I wore all black for a long time because I don't know why, I just was so angered about what they did to us and how that affected me. Like, all the stuff as an orphan growing up in 15 different foster homes. Like, I've experienced a lot in my life. I'm only 47 years old, and I do all of this work, and I some days I resent it. I resent it so much, but I'm still here because I'm here for those people that passed before me. I'm here for the people that are here suffering, and Mother Earth that's suffering. And I have grandkids and kids, and I'm fighting hard for them because I don't want them to fight the way I have to fight. I want them to enjoy their life and what Mother Earth has gifted us. And so I always continue on, and my fight, Mike said, started 30 years ago. That was when my daughter was born. It was the same year they introduced the NSTQ treaty. These are the modern day treaties that are on the table all across our unceded territories, all across BC, and many of these nations have already signed on to these agreements, and they're making our lands fee simple lands so that we can sell those lands if the band chooses to do so. And they're taxing our people for the land that they own already, their housing. And these people, they've never had to pay taxes, and why should we have to pay taxes on our own land? It's just ridiculous. The government owes us. They need to compensate us instead of giving us trinkets and acting like they're doing us a favor. They're not doing us any favors. We have to do all that work for ourselves, and we have to think outside of the box, and we have to do everything that they're not doing. We have to counter them at every step that they're doing. So my colleague and I, Mike, we started Unceded Law, and that's to protect the people in the land from harm in every way we can. And we just started, but we plan to help all Indigenous people stand up their Indigenous laws. And in the colonial perspective, Indigenous laws means UNDRIP and truth and reconciliation, and in our view, it's about ourselves, self-determination, and our independence, the independence that we already all have inside of us to be free and sovereign beings within ourselves to make decisions on our land and our territory. So, I've been fighting this fight for a long time, and it started with the treaty, and then I fought Mount Poly Mine, and then Trans Mountain Pipeline, and LNG. I had to, my brother, I don't even talk, I only have one half brother left. And we don't even talk because he works for the pipelines. And he came to me 2 o'clock in the morning one day, and he says his best buddy is the president of LNG. I'm like, right on, bro, congratulations. I don't judge people for working for the pipelines. They got to make a living, especially when my family's out there. So I'm like, right on. And he says, yeah, he just wanted me to give you a message. I'm like, what is that? And he says, he just wants you to know that you're only one person. You alone can't stop LNG. They're a mega billion-dollar corporation, and you're not going to be able to stop them. And I said, well, I'm sorry to hear that, brother. I'm sorry that I had to hear that from you. I said, I am just one person. I said, but look at me. I got my family here. I got my community. I got our elders. I wouldn't be doing it if it wasn't for our elders and our children. I said, I got all of them, and I got all the land defenders. I said, I don't know. We must be getting into the thousands now. I said, but I am one person with thousands of people behind me. And we all are. We all have that support system. They're really trying hard to divide and conquer us all. They're using everything that they can. And they're even been trying to destroy us to the point where we can't even feed our kids. I was thrown out of my house, a house that I bought and paid for. It's in a lawsuit. they threw me out because I spoke against the pipeline, against mines, against Trans Mountain Pipeline, LNG. And I did it all in the name of our people because we deserve to be consulted. We deserve to get that consent. The government has made promises to our people for too long. And it's time that we quit waiting for them and start doing in our traditional ways, the way we always have. And the way we've been trying to build it up in our nation has been with the women's circles and the hereditaries, and mainly the elders council and the youth council. And, you know, I may have just been one person, but now we're many, and we're sitting in circles and we're talking about it. And it was at the direction of the elders who, you know, voted against the treaty. They voted against the Trans Mountain Pipeline. They called on our people to come and stand up and do what's right by our people, and that's exactly what we're doing. So I don't really know what else to say except that self-determination lies within each and every one of us. And every time people ask me, what can I do? What can I do? I said, you have to dig within yourself. You need to get the healing. You need to gather your strength, because we're in a fight for our people, our children, our elders. And, you know, you need to be strong to be able to do that work. You need to heal, get rid of those childhood traumas that we all carry. And you know, turn to the Creator. You know, I was like many people. I was an alcoholic for 20 years, and it almost killed me. And my daughter, she came home pregnant one day, and she told me, and I knew I never wanted my grandchild to see me drinking or holding an alcohol bottle ever the way my kids did, and I always regret it. And to this day, I owe them my life. So that day I quit drinking, and that's where, you know, the fight in me began, the healing began, and I started being more open to hearing other people and realizing our people need help. We need us all to heal and get better so we can help those around us, you know, especially our kids, our grandkids, our loved ones, the ones that depend on us. We need to be strong for them. So that's, to me, where self-determination starts, is with yourself, because we all have a role, whether you're a land defender, whether you're in politics, whether you're creating legal strategies, whether, you know, you're a spiritual person doing the ceremonies for our people. That's very important. And then we have the mothers and the caregivers and the elders teaching and guiding us. But to do that work, we all need to be healthy and strong. And I'm always saying prayers and ceremony when I can, and praying for everybody that we gather our strengths so that we can all work together as one. And I'd like to say Gukshjem for having me here. It was a true honor being here and being even more inspired. You know, sometimes I think like I want to give up, but I come to something like this and I hear all of your voices and I take it all in, and it gives me that rejuvenation, that energy that I need to keep going. And I'll let my colleague Mike speak more about unceded law. Gukshjem, thank you.
Thank you so much, April.
White. My name is Mike. I'll say that because I never remember to tell anybody my name. I was thinking a lot. I'm just going to be relaxed here for a second. That was a lot of my own life I was thinking about, our communities, everything that we went to get here today. This is a part of our journey. We're still doing it. So, I want to just start by sharing, I'll be as quickly, but I do have a big story, but it's going to be very quick. So let's try to tell the biggest, shortest story. I was born in 1993 in Kamloops on the side of the mountain in the hospital, which is actually a place that we call Peepsel. And I want you to remember that for later in the story here. I grew up on a reserve west of Kamloops with my dad. My dad was on band council for over 30 years in Skeechiston. And he became a spiritual leader of our community a long time ago to protect our berries and our animals and our deer and our salmon and everything. He was basically told by our elders that you quit drinking. He was in his mid-20s. He was an alcoholic. He went to Kamloops residential school for about 11 years. And he was told, you quit drinking and you protect our berries and our salmon and our deer. We can't get on the land. They're putting up fences. They're keeping us out. So he had to do that, and he got sober in his early 20s, and he was sober throughout my whole life, and he was our community's teacher for my whole life. So I was learning from the teacher of our community my whole life. And so I have a bit of a different life, because I didn't, you know, when spiritual leaders talk about raising like a decolonized baby or whatever, and a lot of people talking about those nowadays, especially in 2000, 2010, 2015, but that was what he was trying to do with me. He was trying to raise somebody that was totally outside of the colonial thinking. And my mom was not Indigenous, so she really wanted me not to miss any of that. So there was this, it was almost like they were competing with each other. And he'd give me all these Indigenous teachings, and she would send me to the Catholic school and the cadets, and it was crazy, actually. It was crazy. Because one day, you know, you're sitting there with all the elders and you're talking about residential school and colonialism and everything. The next day you're talking about the police and the churches and the religion and it was a lot. And I could never understand why my life was so flip-floppy. So then one day I recognized that I was really weird and that my way of life was not going to be accepted by people. And that was really like, whoa. Like, what am I doing in this society? And nowadays, it's funny to me, but at the time, I did want to kill myself. I remember thinking to myself, like, there's just no way. There's just no flippin' way in this society that I'm going to go and be that person for all of them. You know, and we travel down to places like Vancouver. We always drive down Hastings so we don't forget what we're doing this for. And it's just hard, you know? Like, you drive down this street and you're like, what the hell is going on with these people in these positions of power? They're so stupid. They're taking our people and they are just... And I was on the reserve my whole life, and that was over there on the reserve. I was seeing that from my reserve. But I had to go to Kamloops for school, and they had the residential school there and everything. And it's like... why can't we fix an urban problem from my dad's lens, right? What he was thinking, what he was telling me, the spirit, the culture, the people, the laws. And I was trying to figure it out, and it didn't make sense. And I kept looking at the urban circles, the friendship centers, the National Association of Friendship Centers, all of them, everything. And I was trying to figure out, what are we actually going to do? And I just kept realizing it didn't matter who I surrounded myself with in those circles, they were not talking like my dad was. So then I was wondering, why could I be learning this law, this knowledge, this spiritual grounding, and all these people were in the urban centers? And then I started to really learn what Canada had done to Indigenous people, because I had really only understood what Canada had done to the Secwepemc people and the Salish people. So then I started to understand the treaties, and I traveled the country. I became on the National Board of Friendship Centers. I was on the Tribal Council for my nation. I was doing all these things. And I made a really reckless decision to be on every single board. I thought, if I do it, I might be able to figure out what's wrong. That was the worst decision of my life. Because the one thing I learned is that I had all these laws and all this spirit passed into me, and that I was going to have to change the way, who I am and how I sound every time I go into a meeting, just to fit their idea of what I should be, how I should look, how I should sound, what it should be in policy, how it should be on TV, how it should be said over here. And it got exhausting. I was wearing a $1,000 suit. I was walking around Ottawa. I was just like, what the hell am I doing? And I'm looking to my right and my left, and I don't recognize anybody there. And I remember standing there for Idle No More on the parliamentary steps, and Arthur Manuel was standing next to me. And I'll never forget that, because there was a huge reminder in that moment that that is when our people are standing together. It didn't matter where I went in the country, our people were never there. But then when I went to Parliament Hill or Idle No More, they were there. And I decided who is listening to the elders? Nobody was listening to the elders in my circle. Lots of people, I think we listened to them isolated. So all of a sudden we all come together and we realize a lot of us have been listening. But in my actual circle, nobody was listening. I was on a tribal council of chiefs, and not a single one of them would go to the elders' meetings for 6 years, pretty much. And they basically let me be that guy who kept going to those meetings. And I wanted to talk a lot about unceded law today, but I wanted to actually back up to all of this, because this is why unceded law kind of got to where it was. I recognized, for myself anyways, that I kept trying to fit in other people's worldview to be in meetings and to be in spaces. I decided to find a way to never change my worldview and force people to fit with me. So unceded law is about that. It's about being able to stand there and say it the way that I mean it, and not to have to worry about what other people are thinking. Every single time we went somewhere, the chiefs or the council members, April went to the United Nations. She's been over there to Geneva. One of the things that the United Nations says to our people is that your chiefs can't represent you because they represent Canada. The whole foreign thing of Canada being at the United Nations, your chief is a federal representative of the government of Canada. The second they leave Canada's border, they belong to your prime minister. They don't belong to you. And that's where we're having a hard time with our people, is that we cannot have representation if it is legislated by the Crown. And so we were doing Indigenous laws work at the Tribal Council, and we were standing up our laws, and we said, how are we going to actually stand up our laws, and how are we actually going to do this in a way where the laws matter more than all these political little pieces of ego and money and everything. And so we put it together in a book, and we had some very clear things that mattered in law. A lot of things people couldn't agree on, but some they could. Like, we protect the land for the next 7 generations. We take care of the water. We take care of each other. We take care of our communities, or else they don't survive. And so we have words for that, like yachminstuach, and that's like the most important word, really, because we got to take care of each other. But then there's also other words of how we take care of ourselves and how we take care of our community and our families and our kids and everything. And that is in our laws. And so that last piece was watching Fairy Creek unfold. Fairy Creek wasn't supposed to happen. I mean, if you look at it from my eyes, we never knew it was coming at all. Like, from a political perspective, yeah, there might be a war in the woods, there might be somebody saving the trees, but we never imagined there was a Fairy Creek coming. And what we were preparing for as Secwepemc was like a standing rock almost, right? And we were preparing for the police that Fairy Creek dealt with. And the police, CIRG, Community Industrial Response Group, created to police the Secwepemc people and other pipeline opposition, ended up going and beating the crap out of people at Fairy Creek for months on end. And it was just sick. And people just kept saying the Fairy Creek people are breaking the law and it's all this. And you know, the nonsense coming out of the ground of the racist and economic right is ridiculous, because I seen the videos. I watched police pick people up and throw them face first into the ground. I watched them smash vehicles for no reason, just for the fun of it. It wasn't like it was gray area. It was all black and white. You could watch your money beat the crap out of Indigenous people live. And the worst part about it was that non-Indigenous people would come up to me crying and say, the Indigenous people get it so much worse than us. Like, this isn't even a secret. Like, I don't have to do a study to prove this. And we stood at Fairy Creek on an invite to try and figure out what the heck was going on in this province. That's how I felt it was. Like, what is going on in this province? We've got unceded land, and we've got full-on dispossession of land by paramilitary police. So I was on the board of West Coast Environmental Law at the time, and all these non-government organizations, they all talk a big talk about helping our people. And they have done a lot of work. I'm not going to discredit them whatsoever, but what I will say, and they all got to learn from this, is that they really didn't do anything in a lot of ways. And when we got to 2021 in December, we were like, I asked my board, like, what are we doing? Like, we got like 5 years down the road, we talk about these people every time we send an email, every time we do something, we talk about somebody on the land. It's like, why do we have a stack of 35 staff lawyers and 5 NGOs and we can't solve this problem for these people? And one of the lawyers, and I won't say their name because maybe they weren't allowed to say this, she said, we're not allowed to fight for your rights. We're not allowed. We are not allowed to fight the Crown at all. For any reason at all, ever at all. We cannot suggest it, we cannot do it for you. We can lose our license, it's sedition, it's treason, it's illegal. We cannot fight the Crown. And I'm sitting there thinking to myself, like even right now I got goosebumps because I'm just thinking to myself, let's do some math. How many billions have we spent? These idiots can't even fight the Crown. Billions, and they can't fight the Crown. They can do certain things that can mold it into the Crown. They can get a decision that they can ignore for 50 years, and I think a lot of people got some of those. Tsilhqot'in will be one of those decisions, where they got somewhere on land rights, and then they took that decision and put it over here and passed to SECO last minute in 2017, and Tsilhqot'in is tied up like in a total mess because of it. And so even though a Crown lawyer got somewhere on Tsilhqot'in, now those guys are going to have to spend another 25 years to figure out how to do the next step. And that's where we decided to create Unceded Law Response Group. Self-representing litigants. Indigenous people representing themselves. Getting all the resources that they need to represent themselves. A strong enough voice to represent themselves. And to never have a Crown representative speak on our behalf again. It's so hard to say that because the lawyers think that we are crazy. They really do think that we are going to lose. We're in a miserable battle. I had a lawyer contact somebody on my team a couple weeks ago. I got a text message at 7 in the morning. The lawyer wants to remove the Crown from the document. Why does the lawyer want to remove the Crown from the document? The person almost did it. They almost got that done without me knowing. And I called that lawyer at 10 o'clock that morning and I said, why do you want to remove the Crown from the document? And he said, oh, I just don't think there's merit. It'll be a bigger case. It's not really what we're focused on. It's Crown land. I was like, whoa, 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 whoa. Did our lawyer just say it's Crown land? I said, it is not Crown land. I said, if you're going to talk like that, you should just lose your license. And whoa, 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 I think there's no merit in what you're saying, and do. And then there's me. And he's like, and I'm just like, no. And this is like going on for 10 minutes, and then I said, I'm done with you, man. I'm not talking to you again. Click. And then the person on our team called me back an hour later. He's really sorry. Maybe what I said has merit. He's going to look into it. I'm just like, we can't live like this. I was the one on my team that was the point person to know whether or not he was bullshitting us. And if I didn't know, if I couldn't figure that out, And that's what we're facing, is so many people can't figure that out. They've got these lawyers being like, you got to do this, and you got to do this, do. And you need that, do. Because, now he knows, and it's unfortunate. These are good people. I'm not trying to put a lawyer under the bus, but it's a very real situation, and this person will go down in history for this conversation, because it is shaping the way that what we are doing is unceded law. Because we are trying to prove to the government that there is not a single person in your ranks that will help us. Because they are all owed to the crown, for the crown, by the crown. Right now, the Unceded Law Response Group has 3 cease and desists out. We have one against King Charles, we have one against King Charles, and we have one against King Charles. We have 6 more coming. Against King Charles, King Charles, King Charles, King Charles, King Charles, King Charles. These are the ministries of mines. These are the ministries of forests. These are the ministries of energy. But it's all King Charles, right? If you ever look at the bottom of the RCMP, it'll say right on the bottom, copyright King Charles III, as represented by the RCMP. These people are in full control of our country still to this day. This is their family. Imagine if your family raped and pillaged countries for decades, millennia. He's vested interest in protecting that name for the rest of their life. And they're protecting that name is about protecting the United Kingdom, the Commonwealth. So I talked a bit over my time, but I thought the most important thing to share with you today is that please be mindful of your lawyers. Be mindful of who you are letting speak about your life. We trust the one lawyer, and first thing he said to the judge was, "Your English law." And I'm just like, we have to be very careful, because this is what I'm going to leave it at right here, the most important thing. And people can disagree with me, that's fine, but I am going to believe this until one of you proves me wrong. The Crown will not do anything unless you let them. And people think that we don't let them. There's a lot of ways we let them. Right now, our nation won't go out on the land because we're trying to figure out who's going to get beat up and how this is going to go down if we try to stop a pipeline. And we're trying to stop it based on our law, not because of some pipeline. Our law says they didn't have the right to do that without coming to the people in a good way. So it wasn't about all these other things. It was about governance. And that's what I want to leave you all with, is that we have to find ways through this for ourselves. Otherwise, because the Crown, it's 100% based on what you believe. And those people who are judges sitting at those tables, they believe something. They believe something. And if you stand there, they are expected to take your belief at 100%. And the reason why, this is so important, and I'll never get the chance probably to say this again, because this is the space it seems to be able to say this. The Crown is a crown and is a sovereign because they believe in the power of free will under God. And so they believe that if they could scare you and get you all to want to be part of their colony, then you will take that free will under God and you will be part of their system. If you say to them, and I bet you, if every one of you in all the work that you do, say to them, no, you don't, you can't, you're not. This is not your place. You cannot be here. You do not have my consent. The Crown will back off because they know of an ancient law where when they do something to somebody else against their free will, it comes back on them. Now, it's a law in many territories in many different ways, but it is an ancient law, and it is very important law. And that law for us in Secwepemc is geënskt. So if you do what they're doing on that pipeline, it means the land and the sky will turn on you. The pipe gets stuck under, they're at $35 billion right now. It was supposed to be 5.4. That's all your money. That's your children's money. That's the next generation and the generation after that's money. And the interest rates that are going up out there and the housing rates that are going up there because of that money. And it's that interconnectedness. So stand on the no and see what the Crown does. That's probably the most valuable thing that I could provide to you today. Stand on the no and see what the Crown does. Because Fairy Creek, John Horgan. I hate telling this story because I didn't wish this on anybody. I know. But this is very important. Fairy Creek, they said there's no logging happening up there. They were like, there's no logging happening up here. And Horgan went on a whole press release. He's like, there's no logging. And the next morning, the logging truck was taken out by, like the RCMP and the logging trucks crashed into each other and they were all over the road and it was all over the news. And I'm thinking, like that's just very important that you recognize they actually already know this. When they built the first pipeline through Shuswap territory, the king died. They built the second one, the queen died. So.
Thanks, Wayne. Thank you so much to this panel. I was missing one of my helpers earlier, so as we wrap this up, Jessica is going to be providing gifts to the speakers, but I also want to leave on one more note about connection to the land. This will be my contribution here. So I heard something recently that struck me when I listened to the panel speak. And it was the idea that we are often wrong thinking that power comes from money and authority and all of these things, because those are constructs. Those are tools for exchange, once again. The most powerful person in any room ever is the most loving. So if you can show up as yourself, as you're aligned, walking Creator's path, doing what is right, being yourself, and true to that self and leading with love, that is where you will find some power. And I had the opportunity to work with the FHQ Tribal Council recently when I was teaching a course about Indigenous knowledge and perspectives on climate adaptation. I normally teach this to non-Indigenous folks who want to know how to do better. How do we work better with communities? And this was a unique instant that FHQ had put together a youth council. And the one requirement to be on that council is to be an urban member who does not have any connection to your land. And the reason they chose to do that was that every youth that made it onto that council went through a cultural orientation with their community. They were assigned time to sit with elders. They were brought out to the land. They had ceremony with their neighboring nations to plant trees. They learned about historical gatherings that happened on that land. So if we want to protect the land and have the future generations protect the land, we need to help them learn to love it. And so I just want to leave that thought. This is heavy work. It is hard work. We are about to go and sit around tables and have really engaged dialogue and discussion about this. So if I leave you with anything, do that with some love today. And thank you again to the panels for sharing so openly. And Jessica, if you can go ahead and give those gifts and a round of applause for our panels this morning. Wonderful. So we may or may not giving any names, gone over slightly this morning. So we will be transitioning again into the back room, going into breakouts. And this is that lovely, gentle reminder. We will go until noon, at which time lunch will be getting set up. We will ask you to get your plate and please be back seated in that breakout room again for the presentations. Thank you.
You are a function of this total galaxy. The real deep down you is the whole universe. And it's doing your living organism and all its behavior. It's expressing it as a singer sings a song.
Okay, folks, thank you so much for those of you who have found your way back to your seats. For those who have not yet done that, we'll ask for you to rejoin, please, and finish up your conversations. So before I introduce our next speaker, I just want to acknowledge and thank you as our participants today for being flexible. As Megan pointed out, it probably wouldn't be an Indigenous agenda if we didn't have to change it 5 times. So we have been doing that. We have shifted a little bit. We will not be going back into a breakout discussion. We will be ending the day here listening to a few more speakers and 1 youth panel, as well as inviting our national chief and hereditary chief to share comments. So with that, I am very happy to introduce Hira Rashid. Hira is a social worker and an educator who has joined us today to speak about connecting the history of self-determination of Palestinian people with the self-determination of Indigenous peoples in Canada. Welcome, Hira.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. May peace be with all of you. I'm very honored to be asked to speak here today. And I would like to start off by just recognizing that we are here on the territories of the Coast Salish peoples, and I myself identify as an unwilling settler. And what I mean by that is in 1995, my parents moved here from Pakistan, and I was 2, and I unfortunately didn't get a say in that move. But my parents also come from a land that was colonized by the British, and so ever since we've lived on Turtle Island, my father has taught us about the Indigenous peoples and their struggles here, and how it was very similar to what him and his family saw when the British took over India and split it up into 3 countries. I am here today not as a Palestinian, but as an advocate for the Palestinian movement, just to talk about the similarities between the struggle for self-determination the Palestinians are facing and what the Indigenous peoples of Turtle Island have faced since the colonizers came and took over the land. I'll start off with a little bit of history. So the land of Palestine has actually been controlled by many, many kingdoms over the centuries, including ancient Egypt, the Persian Empire, Alexander the Great, as they call him, his successors, as well as the Hasmoneans, the Roman Empire, several Muslim caliphates, Crusaders, and in more recent history, the Ottoman Empire and the British Empire. Now, one thing that is really important to note in the topic of Palestine and the movement for the Palestinian rights to their land is to understand that the media, as we know, wants us to think of this as a religious war, something between the Muslims and the Jewish people. Now, with the utmost respect of all Abrahamic religions, that this is not what that is. This is white settler colonialism, very similar to what Indigenous peoples here have experienced. In fact, the Zionist movement is a white supremacy-based movement. Zionism is an extreme form of Judaism, just like we see groups like ISIS, which is extreme forms of Islam, the KKK, extreme forms of Christianity. So when we talk about Zionism, we're talking about power, control, greed, access to resources, and such. During World War I, the British government, who had control of the land at the time, issued the Balfour Declaration, favoring the establishment of a national home for Jewish people in Palestine. And before that, there had been many attempts globally for Jewish folks to find a place to call home. And unfortunately, they have not been successful in the past. There were very many attempts globally, including in the USA, so the Grand Island near Niagara River. There was in 1903 the Uganda scheme, but unfortunately that didn't work out because they said there was too many lions and it was too scary to resettle there. In 1934, the USSR and Ukraine was also taken into account to build a state for Jewish folks. In 1938, Japan as well, and shortly after that, Ethiopia. Ethiopia actually offered land to folks that were looking to call a place home, and due to racism and white European values, that was rejected because they did not want to live amongst black people. So what happened was, post-Holocaust, Jewish folks were displaced, as we know, and the UN and the British government offered up the land of Palestine without the consent of the Palestinian people. And the way that that happened is, and I can tell you some personal stories because very close friends whose families have suffered this. One of my friends, she had told me back in 2014 that her grandfather and his family went out to the ships when the survivors of the Holocaust were coming and took in a family into their home. And they lived together in that home. And one day, her grandfather's family decided to trek out to a different part of the city to visit and celebrate Eid, which is a Muslim holiday. And by the time they came back, the family that they had welcomed into their home had changed the locks. And so her grandfather's family then had to walk down the road to the refugee camp that was being developed. And that is one of the very small ways that the Zionist movement took over actual homes in Palestine. Another piece that I've learned as I've worked with Indigenous groups throughout my career is with white settler colonialism, the tactics are always the same. Many of us here may have family who have survived through residential schools and the 60s scoop. And just like how the 60s scoop happened here on Turtle Island, the same thing happened in Israel. And I'll explain how that happened. When the world was welcoming different Jewish folks to come and settle and occupy in Palestine, there were four main groups of Jewish folks. The first group is the Ashkenazi European descendant Jewish folks. Then there is the second group called the Mizrahi Jewish people, who were the Arab Jews that stayed in the Arab states. Then there was the Sephardic Jews, who were the North African Spanish Jewish folks. And the last group was the Ethiopian Jews, or the Black Jews. Now, the Zionist movement, remember, this is, I know I'm saying Judaism a lot, but this is like not about being Jewish, it's about the white settler colonial piece. The Zionist movement is made up of mostly European descendant Ashkenazi Jews and more evangelical Christians than actual Jewish folks themselves. So they had the power in Israel. And being descendants of Europeans, they looked down upon the other three groups of Jewish folks because those were Jews of color. So you had your Arab, North African, and Black Jews. So as the Arab, North African, and Black Jews were coming into Israel, the Zionists stole their babies, just like it happened in the 60s scoop here, took their babies forcefully from them and gave them to other European descendant Jews to raise. And this happened in the 50s, which is very recent. At the same time, here on Turtle Island, a lot of the Caucasian families that were complicit in stealing Indigenous children were Zionist families. So there is a huge connection in how the white settler colonies have orchestrated their crimes across the globe. The second thing to note that is very similar to what's happened here is forced sterilization. As we know, Indigenous women across Turtle Island and globally have been forcibly sterilized throughout history. And that's exactly what the Zionist government did to the Ethiopian Jewish women. They did not tell them that they were injecting them with birth control. So against their consent, they forcibly sterilized Black Jewish women so that they could not produce more babies of color. And in these small pieces, we can see that what's happening in Palestine is no different than the ongoing colonization of Turtle Island. And I have been in absolute awe of the Indigenous peoples that have come and stood with us as we are fighting for justice and as we will stand with you and continue to. One really cool thing that I learned recently too, and I'm a huge person when it comes to connection and how people are connected. At my place of work, we had a woman from the Squamish Nation come and give us a teaching about cedar trees and how cedar is sacred and how cedar is medicine and how the people of the Squamish Nation task themselves to protect these trees, to not overutilize them so that they can replenish for the future generations. And I thought that was so beautiful. And it got me thinking about the Palestinian people and olive trees and how they feel the same way about olive trees. Olive trees, olive oil, and olives themselves are utilized as medicine in Palestinian culture. And if you look at my keffiyeh, which is a symbol of resistance, there are 3 pieces that are very key. The first pattern that you'll see on the very edge, the bold pattern, it symbolizes the trade routes that used to happen and how the Palestinian people used to have trade routes all across the land to share and trade and gather and survive together. The second, you will see these leaves over here, and that represents the olive trees and the leaves of the olive trees that are there. And the third one, which is the biggest one, is this fish net, which represents the relationship between the fishermen in Palestine and their work and their dedication to feed and protect their families. So the keffiyeh has become a symbol of resistance in the Palestinian movement. And even when you look at things like art and culture and dance, I'm sure, well, at least the people in the crowd who use TikTok have seen Dabgay, which is a Palestinian dance of resistance, and how it's very, very similar to jingle dancing, and how the steps are very similar, and how that connects people in resisting. Just like a lot of Indigenous cultures and traditions were made illegal by the Canadian government, these things like Dabgay were also made illegal by the Israeli government. So those are now forms of resistance. So if you see at a protest people wearing the keffiyeh or holding watermelons, does anyone know the significance of watermelon? So watermelon has the same color as the Palestinian flag. The red of the watermelon, the green of the rind, the black seeds, because the Palestinian flag was also banned while the Israelis were occupying and taking over the land. So the Palestinians got creative and they said, okay, if we can't have our flag, we will have watermelon. So they started carrying around these watermelons everywhere. There's a really funny video at a protest from Toronto. A young man there was an opposition protest, and this young man just stood there with a watermelon in the middle of the crowd just to antagonize the folks on the other side. So it's all about resistance, right? It's all about coming together as people. And there are so many beautiful similarities with Indigenous folks globally, not just on Turtle Island. You look at the Maori, you look at the Indigenous folks down south in South America. You know you're speaking to an Indigenous person when you hear how respectfully they talk about their land and how much love they have for their land. And for the Zionist folks that claim indigeneity to Palestine, I always think that if they were truly Indigenous, they would not be uprooting the trees, the olive trees. They would not be poisoning the water. They would not be bombing the land and displacing the people. They would respect what has been given to them by Creator, but unfortunately that's not the case. And it's frustrating because the mainstream media won't show us this. And it's the same thing here. I remember when I first learned about Wet'suwet'en and Fairy Creek and all of the land defenders. In the media, they were being categorized as domestic terrorists. And that's not true, right? We have communities who have lived here since time and millennia who are trying to protect what is theirs rightfully. That doesn't make them domestic terrorists. It makes them superheroes, in my opinion, because they are doing that hard work. And the Palestinians are no different. They just want to be able to have access to their land. Back in 1948 was when the biggest displacement and disposition happened in Palestine. It's the war at that time was called Al-Nakba, and in Arabic that means the catastrophe. And when that happened, there was 700,000 Palestinians that were pushed out of their homes and pushed into places like the Gaza Strip and to the West Bank. 78% of Palestinian land was occupied and colonized during the Al-Nakba. And now the Israelis are trying to take over the rest. So they have infiltrated the Gaza Strip, and they are bulldozing over the settlements that are there and creating their own. They're infiltrating the West Bank by lying. Just like the Canadian government lied about Indigenous communities across Canada, calling them barbaric, calling them, uncivilized, and all those disgusting words. The Israeli government is doing the exact same thing to the Palestinians. And when I say Palestinians, I don't mean just Muslim Palestinians. There are Jewish Palestinians, there's Christian Palestinians, there are Black Palestinians, queer Palestinians. There are people who lived there in somewhat harmony before all of this happened. And it is so frustrating to see, as you all have been frustrated in all of the work that you have done, to be on the right side of history. And now in 2023, we have this active genocide happening right in front of our eyes. And I don't know about everybody else, but I feel like I'm losing it a little bit. Like, how is this happening in 2023? And the only reason we know that it's actually happening the way it is because of social media. If it wasn't for the journalists who are putting their lives on the line, Motaz, Bisan, Plastia, Wael, and the journalist Shireen Abdul Akle, who was murdered by the Israeli government, who then brutalized her funeral when they tried to bury her, we wouldn't know what was happening. And here on Turtle Island, if it wasn't for the warriors on the front line going live on Instagram, going live on TikTok, making videos of the police brutality they're witnessing up in Wet'suwet'en, up in Fairy Creek, and all across, in the Micmac, all the way on the eastern side, if we just relied on the mainstream media, we wouldn't know, right? The general public would not know. So it's up to us to ensure that we all come together collectively as a people and fight together, because the issue of self-determination is not an issue, it's a right. Self-determination, self-governance is a right, and that's a right that Indigenous peoples have and should have all across this globe. When we talk about things like Canada is a peaceful country, or Canada welcomes refugees, or Canada does this, that, and the third thing, it's mostly more white folks that are coming in. Someone at our discussion table made a good point that when the Ukrainian refugees came in, they were able to come in and start working right away. But when it comes to refugees of color, like the Syrians, I was the project coordinator for the refugee response team for when the Syrian refugees were coming in. I was in charge of the Caribou region. They didn't have the same rights. They had to wait 13 months before they were able to get proper jobs and work. And now, as Uncle Scott, if I may, has said and informed us, Canada wants to bring in, 500,000 people from Palestine? They don't want to come here. They want to stay on their land. They don't want to come here. So Canada's going to pretend and be like this hero in the midst of all of this and say, oh, we want a humanitarian pause. We want this, that, and the third thing. We can't call for humanitarian pauses if we're continuing to fund the other side that is destroying the land. That doesn't make sense. It's like, okay, I will give you a break, but I'm going to keep funding your oppressor to continue to oppress you, and then you can come and live on this stolen land, right? That doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make sense to me. I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me at all. I won't take too much of your time because I do have to run, unfortunately, but I will leave you with a couple of things. The first is a quote from Malcolm X. If you're not careful, the newspapers will have you hating the people who are being oppressed and loving the people who are doing the oppressing. And we've seen that time and time again here. We've seen that through so many movements, Indigenous rights movements, BLM, climate change, now Palestine, and everything else in between. And the last thing I will say is that in Arabic, what we say to comfort ourselves when we are facing hardship is فَإِنَّ مَعَ الْأُسْرِ يُسْرًا, which means verily with hardship there will be ease. Just as a reminder to continue fighting the good fight, to continue standing up for justice, to continue loving your community and protecting each other, because the government won't protect us. We have to protect one another and stand together side by side. So I'm honored to be here in a room full of people who have done such hard work, people whose families have had such beautiful legacies in the fight for justice. And I pray that Creator continue to bless and protect each and every one of you as you continue the good work that you are doing. Haichka.
Thank you so much, Hira.
I love family. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. It's very hard to try to summarize even one point from that, so I just won't. It was incredibly powerful, and what I'm really appreciative of and reminded of is that this work unfolds as it needs to. When we have the right people here, when we have the people with the right heart here, that's how the work happens. That's when the magic happens, when we come together. So we just had this opportunity through our lunch to really acknowledge and honor properly in our ways with our protocol the people who have done the foundation work, the people who have dedicated their lives, their time, have brought their families in, given their energy, their commitment to self-determination for urban peoples. Now we've heard about that in the current context. It is not just a fight that Indigenous people across Turtle Island have. This is globally, and it is still happening. The impacts of white supremacism are still alive and well. They continue to thrive at the cost of other people's wellness. What we now have is the option to look forward. We have an incredibly strong panel of youth that are here today, and I'm very happy to invite them up. So if we can invite our last panelists, Megan, Jessica, and Edgar, please. And this was an intentional design on our part. We wanted to be sure that the last panel in front of you today was the youth. And the reason why is that our youth are our future, and this panel is going to be able to set the stage for that passion, that intention, and that dedication and commitment to this important work around self-determination. So with that, I will happily introduce, sitting next to me is Megan Rosso. Megan is from the Lake Babine Nation and has worked with Skookum's Social Innovation Lab, Access, and the Surrey Urban Indigenous Leadership Committee. Edgar Villanueva Cruz, Edgar began working with Alive at the age of 16. And he has spent his days being an advocate and activating for urban Indigenous people's goals that they wish to achieve. And lastly, the wonderful Jessica Savoy, who has graciously helped with all of our gifts. Jessica is from the Niska Nation and has worked with Alive, Enwick, and the City of Vancouver, as well as the Ministry of Indigenous Relations. And with that, I will invite Megan to start off.
Thank you so much, Janice. Bear with me, I'm just learning. Hari, Denidze, Takudze, Skyze, Sai Megan Rosso, Satni, Sai Narudan, Lake Babine Nation, Sasyeth, Sai Kumbith, Witten, Iasla. Wutsia Taka Dizdit, Tabi Masai, Nuith Dideznil, Nuith Kio Honzo, Aslias Beonzen, Tabi Masai, Awatsa. What I said in my carrier language was, hello, everybody. My name is Megan Rosso. I am a carrier Sakani woman from the Lake Babine Nation. I come from the House of the Keepers of the Fire, and I belong to the Caribou clan. And then I just said thank you and acknowledged the land. Today has been an amazing day. I'm very happy that I was able to participate in today. I wish I was able to come to yesterday, because I would have loved to get the whole experience. But when I'm thinking about urban Indigenous self-determination, a couple of things really come to mind from my own experiences. I am the typical Indigenous woman in Canada. I left home at 13 years old. I had all 3 of my children by the time I was 23. I returned to school at 26 years old to get my diploma and further my education with Native Education College, Douglas College, and Simon Fraser University. Graduating with my Bachelor of Arts in Communications from Simon Fraser University in 2018. From that point on, I didn't really know what to do with all of my education. One of the things that I was always told was to access all of the resources. Make sure you take a hold of your life. Go out in the city, access all of the resources and get your education. And that's what will help build a good life. Well, I did that, and I was still struggling. At 32 years old, I didn't really know what my education was supposed to do for my future or for my community. I understood a little bit more about the history. I understood a little bit more about the Indian Act and what that meant for my life. But I didn't understand how to work with it just yet. So the resources, as much as people say when we're talking about self-determination, is accessing resources. They're all there. We can all access them. Not all of us, actually. That's a fallacy. Some of us can access them if we're lucky. And a lot of times, once we're done accessing them and obtaining everything society says we need to do, we're still left wondering what to do. We're still left with pieces of ourselves that are missing, deeper understandings that we still need to develop. And I developed those understandings when I moved into the city of Surrey and started working with the Indigenous population. I worked with Access for a little while on helping people navigate their career development and how to figure out how to get into training themselves, how to get their schooling and how to access all the resources they needed to. And that's where I learned how to meet people where they're at, how to really just sit down and have a human-to-human connection with somebody, build relationship and rapport, and really start to understand other people's realities and how to navigate their reality rather than impose mine onto somebody else. With that learning, I came up into Surrey Urban Indigenous Leadership Committee meeting. And it was somebody that was in the committee that remembered me from Simon Fraser University and my speaking abilities, because I used to speak at Indigenous Days and reconciliation meetings and conferences and things like that. And through that, I ended up doing a speech for National Truth and Reconciliation on residential school, because many of my family members, my mom came from a family that included 19 brothers and sisters, and all of them were impacted by residential school or the 60s scoop. My mom attended Lee Jack Residential School at the age of 5 until she was 10. And so I understood a little bit more about that, and I could speak about it publicly. So when I went to do a speech, Jessica Slater and Sarah Beer were in the audience, and they pulled me in to join the Skookum Lab group. And what Skookum Lab was doing was they were implementing the recommendations that were coming from the Surrey Urban Indigenous Leadership Committee. Now, what the Surrey Urban Indigenous Leadership Committee, and I believe you guys heard about them yesterday with Skookum? Sarah or Samantha? Oh, okay. I'll give you guys some background then. Okay. So Surrey Urban Indigenous Leadership Committee was formed back in, I believe it was 2015, but what they were really looking at was the 2016 census results. And what we found was the urban Indigenous community for the city of Surrey was 16,000 strong. Of those 16,000 people that lived within the city of Surrey, 40% were under 25. So almost half of the population were youth. And of that 40% of our urban Indigenous community in the city of Surrey, 30% of those youth were living in poverty. So what the Surrey Urban Indigenous Leadership Committee did was they launched 3 years of research, partnering with Simon Fraser University, the city of Surrey, and the community service organizations, they decided to really start to look at what in the city was contributing to urban Indigenous youth in poverty and what kept our youth impoverished. And there are so many reports that came out of it, but through that work, there were pilot programs that were launched. They were pilot programs with the City of Surrey and the Ministry of Income Assistance, who were working to bring social assistant workers into the Friendship Center so that people could have a more comfortable place to access resources. They did equity scan with the school district of Surrey in looking at how equitable all the resources were in the school district for Indigenous students attending that district. They also did an environmental scan with Fraser Health and First Nations Health Authority and Simon Fraser University to look at how racism was impacting Indigenous people going into the hospitals and accessing healthcare services. One of the pilot programs that I participated in was called the Ambassadors Program. What the Ambassadors Program was we took about 10 women and we did a year long of training, and it was supposed to be all leadership training. What we did was we pick and chose different training avenues we wanted to learn about. Some of the things that I learned about was trauma and money, addressing racism within associations and institutions. And we learned from some really amazing people, Kim King and some other amazing people. But we also sat with the elected and the hereditary leaders of the local land-based nations, of Semiahmoo, of Kwantlen, of Tsleil-Waututh, of Squamish. And we got to sit and listen to them speak about what leadership looked like in their communities, both on a traditional level and an elected level. And what I've realized in the Ambassadors Program and with the work that we did with the SWILC and Skookum Lab and everything like that was, yeah, resources are important and, you know, access to resources is important as well. But if you aren't connected to your community, you kind of don't build the self-confidence in yourself, no matter how many resources you have, to stand up here and do things like this. Unless you have the elders in the community, the teachers in the community, the leaders in the community also backing you up, supporting you in the journey that you're on, you don't develop that kind of really deep self-confidence that allows you to step into spaces where you don't actually know anybody and speak up and articulate yourself and share what you have to share. I had a lot of resources. I went to a couple of different schools and colleges and even university, but it wasn't until the elders in the city of Surrey took me into a blanketing ceremony and thanked me for the work that we were doing with the Skookum Lab that I really started to develop and hone my own skills for public speaking and utilize it anywhere else that I can. Because it was within that community that I developed the self-confidence, but also like those pieces of my identity that would serve the greater community at large. And I think when we're thinking about self-determination, it is about the resources, but it's more, I think, about the community and the connection to community and really breaking down these norms, these societal norms of living autonomously and being disconnected from everybody and just floating through the world however you see fit. And one other piece, I think, that is really important for self-determination in looking in the future is breaking down stereotypes. Because one of the things that I really did struggle with throughout school and developing my career was the stereotype of what it meant, what it meant to be an Indigenous woman in Canada and what everybody else thinks of you when you walk into a space or what you think people are thinking of you. And breaking that down, I think, took a really long time, and again, was better supported when I had my own community backing me up and acknowledging the work and acknowledging the knowledge and acknowledging what I had to say, is when I really started to like understand who I really was and as an Indigenous woman and what I had to offer. And that's what I have to share.
Thank you so much, Megan. And next, I'll invite Edgar to speak.
Thank you. Oh, the stream can't hear me? No. Okay.
Sorry about that.
All good, no worries. So one of the questions that was posed to us was what would be different if there were Indigenous self-determination? So I thought long and hard. One of the first things that came to mind was heritage and the historical relevance of what it means to be a self-determining nation of Indigenous people. And when I talk about the relevance to our modern time, I'm thinking in terms of time immemorial. Since time immemorial, we, as Indigenous peoples, have exercised our right to self-determination, long before Canada was ever a thing. And then with the instatement of Canada and the creation of it, they sought to strip us of those rights, although there were still some treaties that were made that kind of had asserted them and more or less respected them. And then we have the evolution of our reports that were created by the Canadian government, like the Royal Commission on Aboriginal Peoples, which had proposed 3 models of self-government, in particular for urban Indigenous people. Those 3 being our nation-specific, our territorial model, and a common heritage. So then it really starts to beg the question is, what does that look like when we have urban Indigenous self-government or Indigenous self-determination? And so I'm thinking back to a planning session which we have had, and we had asked ourselves, what is our vision as an organization? And one of the main key pieces that somebody had written and shared with us was simply this: community, children and families. Embrace the mid and longhouse, or a space of culture. Well, here we are today, right underneath a longhouse, doing exactly that, having our ceremonies when it comes to honoring, having our families here, our families present. So we're already starting to see the contrast and development of what that means to be self-determining when we're here with community. It is also a big aspect of youth decision making. In the colonial systems that exist, youth simply portray as a role as being advisors in any of the decisions that are being made. Well, historically, in terms of the relevance in our heritage, youth have always participated in decision making, at whichever level it may be, when it comes to our aunties, our children, our families. I believe another aspect of what will be different in terms of Indigenous self-determination is the paradigms that exist when it comes to our social values, our family values, and our ideas as a society. The perspectives would shift dramatically in the sense of the stereotypes or the perspectives or ideologies that are held, whether they be Eurocentric or of non-Indigenous thought. I believe that will be greatly shifted in so many ways. When it comes to our unity as Indigenous peoples, in terms of lateral violence that plagues our communities. So being able to step over that and to come to terms and to work together in unity. In addition, as part of these changes in our paradigms and the ways of thinking, when it comes to Indigenous self-determination, I'm not sure how many of you in here have ever asked a non-Indigenous person, what do you think of Indigenous self-determination? 9 times out of 10, they have no idea what you're talking about, and they almost get offended by the idea of Indigenous self-determination. Our government's doing us good. I don't see a reason why it needs to change. What do you mean? Are non-Indigenous people going to be a part of this government? Well, yeah, those are all things we'd start to suss out, right? Those are the questions that are being asked and being made by our non-Indigenous counterparts when it comes to Indigenous self-determination. So we're repatriating that. We're repatriating those discussions, those questions, and those concerns, not just from our community, but from communities abroad as well. But when it comes to more of the decision-making and the creation of self-determination, that is up to us. It is also the reclamation of systems, not the reformation. We're not here for reformative, assimilative, liberal politics. We're here for the repatriation and reinstatement of our values, our cultures, our systems of legislator, our models of governance, and the evolution of our tribal governments in our modern context. So I think, in a way to sort of segue into this, as part of everything we've been around here today, and some of the circles that I've been able to sit in and take part of as part of the workshops, one of the main ideas I had really liked was the idea of a mentorship program and how we engage and identify new young leaders. And it's not enforcing them to be like, you're going to be a leader. It's to help build them up, you know, and to find that passion. And maybe sometimes you're like, you're going to do it. But I think it is exactly that. It's how we engage with leadership, how we engage youth in decision-making, how we build their capacity, and what tools and resources we can supply them with. Because in some cases, youth are thrown straight into the fire. Now, trust me, that is the best way to learn. We've also got to be supported in doing so people don't get scared, and that can be sustainable and have a certain form of longevity, especially as a youth. So encouraging them and challenging them to create or identify potential solutions within their community, their particular work, within their education system, to really uplift them and raise them to do well. It also comes down to how we're incorporating youth into tradition, into ceremony, and decision-making. Like in a lot of the groups today, I think we almost had a youth at every single table during our breakout discussions. And so it's exactly processes like that that we're already having here in terms of discussions, dialogue, calls to action, and how we as the youth start to paint a clearer picture, take our space, and to achieve what is rightfully ours in terms of Indigenous self-determination through our human, physical, and technical capacity. Madu.
Thank you very much, Edgar.
The questions are here? No. Okay, that's okay. Wasimnigat, Sigaram Hanna, Gibble Wilsit, and Gibble. Good afternoon, everyone. Elders, chiefs, matriarchs, esteemed guests, and youth. This is what I just said in my Niska language. My English name is Jessica Savoy. My ancestral name is Nigilka, which means wings that are crossed. I'm Niska from the house of Nisyuk in the village of Gitlach Damix. And on my father's side, I'm also Acadian, French, and Italian from New Brunswick. I was born and raised here on the beautiful territories of the Coast Salish peoples, and I'm truly honored to be here with you all today. to talk about urban Indigenous self-determination. Thinking back on my upbringing, I always share that I was born and raised in Vancouver, and my peers and my family and my friends, we have a little joke, and it's like, you know, where did you grow up, and what's your favorite street? And we're like, Commercial Drive, because that's where all the urban Indigenous kids were. That's where we grew up, and we say like, oh yeah, I was raised on the East Van Res, because it's almost like we have our community there, and that's kind of what we know. And just thinking back to, you know, what it means to be self-determined to me, and how I want to use my tools that I've been given to empower other youth in my community. Is to really, you know who you are, who your family is, where you've been, the history, and where you want to go. And we cannot do that alone. And so I think when we're giving tools and empowering one another, we're really providing, you know, other youth and our family members and our communities with the tools to be self-determined. I think back to my upbringing, and, you know, growing up in East Vancouver, it wasn't always easy. We have experienced the racism of low expectation, and it's just a reality that we've grown up, and I say we, I mean me as an Indigenous youth, and also my peers and my family members. You know, the system was built for us to not succeed, and we've faced a lot of adversity. And I think something I can remember from growing up is, you know, being told you're gonna face adversity, but it's how you choose to get out of it. You think about, you know, the teachings that you've been provided with, and you use those teachings and you share that with somebody else. And so, you know, we're walking this road together. I often find myself, you know, living in two worlds, because I grew up in an urban center, and you know, I'm a daughter and a granddaughter, you know, of survivors of residential school, and I often love to uphold my grandmother, because she was the rock in my family who provided me an opportunity to practice my culture here in the urban context. And from the moment that I was walking, I was singing and dancing with my dance group here in Vancouver. And I grew up with the Niska Jatmix, and Jatmix means the lights of the city, and that's, you know, we had that opportunity. But I also think back to, you know, thinking back on even my mom and her siblings and my family who didn't have that opportunity because it was taken from them to not practice their culture. And then, of course, you know, I think about what my mom gave up to raise me and my siblings. She made that decision to raise us away from the reservations, away from the reserve, because of the abuse, the sexual abuse and the lateral violence that was happening there. And so in many ways, I feel like that was her using the tools of her self-determination to say, I'm not gonna allow that to happen to my children. And she always instilled in me, you know, to break the cycle, because we see it in our families, in our communities, in our across the nation, you know, that ongoing colonialism and the hurt and the trauma that are still impacting our peoples through, you know, the intergenerational trauma. We know the issues that are impacting our communities. And I think what we need to be focusing more on are the solutions, of how we could be bettering our communities. Because we know the why. We could talk about it all day, all night. We could talk about it for years. But really, what we want to be doing is empowering our communities to think about those solutions and empower our youth and our children and our families to think about how we could be, bettering the lives of ourselves, but not only our 7 generations. I think back on the past few years and what I've experienced, and I've worked for municipal governments and provincial governments, and it's all great. It's all great on paper. It's all like, oh yeah, you could talk about it, but the most meaningful work that I've had is truly working with your community, like the grassroots, your community on the ground, and it really had a profound impact on my life to engage with the Indigenous youth and our communities. In the last few years, it's just so much more meaningful. And so I want to read to you something around the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child. And it states that young people have a human right to be consulted about the decisions that are affecting their lives. And so we think about Indigenous youth, urban Indigenous youth specifically, and their right to be self-determined. And in the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, under Article 2, we have the right to be free from discrimination, and under Article 3, we have the right to be self-determined peoples. And in 2019, the province of British Columbia, they passed Bill 41, which is, their definition of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. And there was not much consultation. There was no consultation with the urban Indigenous communities. There was no consultation with Indigenous youth. And we see all levels of government implementing the divide and conquer, their divide and conquer mechanisms. We're gonna divide you, the Métis, the Inuit, and the First Nations, and we're gonna talk with you in silos. And that's how they're keeping our people further apart. And so when the federal government passed their definition, CANDRIP, of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, again, throughout the pandemic, no consultation. How can you have consultation when we're not even allowed to meet? Yet they want to choose to engage with the 600 Indian Act band councils across the country. And I do note that in the Assembly of First Nations annual General Assembly, not even all the representatives from those 600 Indian Act band councils even want to go to those meetings. So how can they ensure that our voices are being heard and represented? How can they ensure true and fair consultation with our peoples and our youth? It's not possible with the current model. And so we think about, how can we be better engaging our Indigenous youth within the urban context? And it's not an easy go, but one thing we can say for sure is young people want change, and we owe it to them. We owe it to them to listen, but not only to listen, to also take concrete actions. We need to have seats at the table for our youth to share their experiences, to share, their unique perspectives. And if we don't have those tables or those seats at the table, we need to be creating those seats. We need to be creating those positions at all levels of government, in all the organizations, in all of those policy tables or whatever it may be. We need to be creating more opportunities to be upskilling our youth so that they have the tools and the information and they know the history of the impacts that have the ongoing colonialism and the policies that have impacted our communities, and so they have the tools to move forward in a good way. Article 3 of UNDRIP states, Indigenous peoples have the right to self-determination. By virtue of that right, they freely determine their political status and freely pursue economic, social, and cultural development. We need to be holding all levels of government accountable for the lack of consultation so that we have fair and true representation and the ongoing colonialism and policies are not continuing to negatively impact our people. I know we're running out of time, so I'll just share a couple recommendations. I think it would be good to create awareness and a better understanding of what the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, what that truly is, because really the UNDRIP booklet, if you will, all the articles really is just a bare minimum standard of rights. And yet our leadership, if you will, all levels of government can't even uphold that. They want to create their own definition, water it down, and really just think of us as subordinates. We need to be creating more youth initiatives, more strategic empowerment initiatives for our youth so that they can be meaningfully engaged and have their voice heard at all levels of government, but also on the ground where they're experiencing their lives. And we need to be upskilling our youth so that they could develop their leadership and governance skills. I think I will leave it at that. I know we're running out of time, but I just also want to thank you all for being here today and, exploring what self-determination is within ourselves, our communities, and this is really, I don't want to say the beginning, but maybe the middle. Like there's so much more conversation to have, and we will be hosting and having those conversations in the very near future, and I really look forward to having those conversations and seeing you all again in future engagements. And so there will be more to come, and I could see, these dialogues only growing and to become, so much more. And so with that, thank you so much for being here today. Thank you for hearing the words. And also, I would like to hold up the other two panelists here for your words. I find it to be very empowering and inspirational. And I would also like to hold up our National Youth Council of the Congress of Aboriginal Peoples. We have representatives here. Would you please stand up? I know a few other reps had to leave to go home early. And so we have reps from across Canada here, New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, Edmonton, Darian, who is our provincial youth rep, Edgard, and we also had a few other youth reps from their respective provinces who had to leave early. I'd also like to hold up our national leaders of the Congress of Aboriginal Peoples, National Chief Elmer St. Pierre and Vice Chief Kim Bowden. Would you please stand up? Thank you so much. I want to say one thing quick, because something that really resonated with me, what Edgar said was, sometimes we learn, we will learn more by getting thrown in the fire. And I remember one of the first meetings that I attended nationally, and I didn't really know so much. And it was my first meeting that I had attended. And I remember calling Scott at the lunch break, and I said, "What did you get me into? Like, what is this?" And I think I remember that moment, and up until now, the learning curve had just been so great. And so if there's one thing that I will continue to do is advocate for all of our youth so that they have the same opportunity to be at the table and have their voice heard. And so with that, thank you so much for being here. Have a great day, and I look forward to working with you all again.
Should I go sit down or just go? Okay.
Thank you so much. And because we are thanking you, Jessica, you don't have to hand these ones out. So as we are thanking the panelists here, I'm now going to invite up from the Congress of Aboriginal Peoples, National Chief St. Pierre, to share a couple of closing thoughts with us, to be followed by Hereditary Chief David Knox.
Well, we did have some speaking notes, but my assistant Jess she says, get your notes. I'm going to just wing it. So anyways, my name is Elmer St. Pierre. I'm the National Chief of the Congress of Aboriginal People, and I'm really happy to be here and invited by Scott and the Youth Council. One thing with our Youth Council, we got to lift them up because they're our next generation. They're going to be taking over. And the more we have in activity, the better. I got a little story. We were talking about our elders and that. Many years ago, myself and my two sons, we went to a sunrise ceremony. And the elder that was there, some probably know who he is William Commanda. So we get there. We can hear some people talking that. So we finally find out where they are, and there's three. They used blocks. There was three of them left. Prior to us getting there, they kept on asking the elder, "When are we going to start? When are we going to start?" He goes, "We got three more people coming. We got to wait. We got to wait." When we showed up, myself, my two sons, he pointed toward the chairs. We sat down, and he started the sunrise ceremony. Afterwards, we didn't find out what was really going on until the people told us that he was waiting for three more people. So, he didn't know that we were coming, didn't inform them that we were going to come, but he knew there was three more people that's going to take those seats. And as soon as we showed up, he started his sunrise ceremony. So, with myself, we have to start really listening to our elders, because they know things that we don't know. And I could never figure out how, but they do. Edgar said something yesterday as well, was what is there that we could get going on this right away? I didn't say anything, but my belief, and Scott and I, we've talked about this, I don't know how many times, we have to get some MOUs or some understanding with all Aboriginals to do this. Because if Scott and the Congress, if we go before the government and say, we want self-determination, they're just going to laugh at us and say, yeah, we'll talk to you later. But if we have, all of the Aboriginal groups together, I think we can move things and move it really quick. Our sister that talked to us from Palestine, I've talked to more foreigner politicians than I have our own Aboriginal. Like I've talked to Germany, I've talked to Iceland, I've talked to South Africa, Islam. I think I talked to Palestine too. And they all have the same common goal as we do. They, it's the land, it's a tradition. South Africa, I couldn't believe, some of their dancing and that is similar to us when our people dance. So I know I'm looking forward to Scott putting another, where is Scott? Oh, there he is there. Putting another self-determination. And I told Scott earlier, what we should do is bring this right to the national level and tell the board of directors, put something together within your own communities, because the more knowledge we have and what the people want and how we're going to do it, it's better. And even with getting the MOUs, that was actually Scott was the very first one that brought that up into our board of directors. But I don't know, they just kind of shot it down. Some doesn't want the friendship center around, but that's not the point. We just need support. We don't need to, cuddle up to them and say we're going to do this all together. It's what we really need is like the self-determination of how to move forward, and the stronger we are, the better we are. And again, I would like to thank you very much. I want to thank Grandma there for the opening prayer. Just a little joke there, Jim, we were sitting in here. Jim says, come on, you're coming over here. And I said, no. I said, Grandma wants me to sit over there with her. And he said, no, you're coming. And I said, no, Grandma, I'm going with her. So I ended up sitting in the back. That's where I wanted to sit anyways, in the back. But it was, I'm glad I got to see everybody again, especially Grandma. We've met several times. And I'm hoping to be able to come back again, and we'll do this all over again. Or maybe the next step we'll be moving forward. So thank you all for having me here. Thank you.
There's rocks behind you as well. Thank you, Chief. Thank you so much.
Nugo Wallace Namugwis. I gotta say, it's such an honor to be on the Coast Salish territory right now with all these great, beautiful minds, beautiful hearts. And right now, we're in a really critical time with poor Mother Earth right now. So it's such an honor to be listening to all of these beautiful solutions that's coming out of our minds and our hearts, to be able to collectively work together as one. It's so important because we are from this land through time immemorial. I mean, there's evidence, Fort Rupert, where I come from, we got Douglas Treaty that was signed in 1851. But I got to talk about the banning of the potlatch. That was 1845 with the Sundance. It was misinterpreted by the boat people and the church people, totally misinterpretation. And with our totem poles represent who we are, where we come from. This whole coast, we all have our own origin story, whether it's from the sky, the land, the ocean, and the supernatural world. That's why it's so important to get to your roots. Go to your roots, ask your ancestors, ask all those hard questions you want that you got to ask. And I could go on, but I'm just going to try to keep it short, sweet, and simple. But it's just so important to be working together collectively, because right now I've been such an activist, just being so vocal. And my father passed 10 years ago. I took the hereditary position 8 years ago, had a big potlatch. I've had many feasts now. And that's what it takes. It takes to lift up your community, to lift your elders up, to lift our youth up, because we never own nothing. We're only the caretakers for the moment. That's why it's so important to lift our youth, to educate our youth, and for all of us to educate ourselves to get to this next level collectively together. And I could go on, but anyways, on this note, this is such a beautiful place to come to with all this beautiful minds. It's such an honor to meet a whole bunch of new people. I love networking, and I could do the long-winded one, but thank you very much, and thank you for allowing me to be here.
Thank you so much. Just 1 moment. Hold on. Thank you so much to National Chief St. Pierre and also to Hereditary Chief Knox. While we are doing thank yous, I had someone come and ask me today, who did this awesome event? This was organized so well. I want to know what company you used. It's Brock. So we owe Brock.
And a big round for Janice for leading it all. Thank you.
So in addition to Brock, this was one of our little acts of decolonization. We brought our husbands. So the wonderful men back there who have been serving and helping and who did the tables and set everything up and took it down and redid it 3 times. Huge round of applause to them as well. Wonderful. So with that, I'm going to spare you closing comments. We have all absorbed and listened and heard. We've reflected. One thing I want to point out before you leave here today, look around. It is very special to be in a room where dialogue is happening at such diverse and integrated levels. This symposium and this dialogue was not restricted. It is youth, it is elder, it is family. There are government representatives, there are organizations. There are people who walked down the street and were so compelled by our speakers that they asked to join. That is special. So as you leave today, hold that in your heart. I would like to extend my thanks, my gratitude, and say haichka to all of you for being with us for these 2 days, for doing this work. A big haichka and our hands up to Hochsheda Drum Group. Thank you. And we have something a little bit different for our end today. So our drum group is going to close our work. They're going to close with a song. After that is done, we are going to do a giving line. And on behalf of the Northwest Indigenous Council, this is our way to say thank you for being here. Thank you for contributing to this work. Thank you for being part of this important dialogue. You have now witnessed what has taken place here today, and we ask you to take this conversation forward. Like Jessica said, maybe we're in the middle, but let this be the starting point for what comes next. Let this be our momentum and our opportunity to move forward together. So with that, my thanks to you. Please travel safely. Love to you and your families. And thank you, Hochsheda.
Yeah, so I don't know if you noticed, but I've been standing here for about 10 minutes. No. I asked my nephew Ben if I could just speak something very quickly, and it's about our well-being. Tomorrow, maybe there was a little bit of heaviness today. Thank you for your words. We're going to have a purification. We call it a Madhuda Swan, where I come from, a purification lodge. You may call it the sweat lodge. It's over at Cap, across from Cap Reserve, what we call Sweat Alley at noon. If you'd like to come. You don't have to go in the lodge. You can sit by the fire. At noon. Okay, and it's 100 Matthias Road, but that's on reserve. Just look at the forest and walk in and you'll see the sacred smoke. 12 o'clock tomorrow, okay? Ish.
If you hit the train tracks, you went too far.
Yeah,